Fantastic!
So ardently did he crave creamy blues and gory reds that he ordered a contest across his realm.
What are you looking at me for? There's a great show going on right in front of you. And look, there stands the world-famous Reginald the Entertainer. Better check it out if you don't want to miss the time of your... Oh, I'm nothing but your average man taking in the best show I've ever seen. I'm amazed and astounded that for a meager gold coin or two, I can take in this first... Well, I've stumbled into quite the fine gig. I'll just let my appreciation for Reggie's work be known, and he slips me a few gold coins in return. My voice happens to carry pretty far. Cecile hears me. Cecile wants to see what...
Who knew Elliot, who is said to have known Sigurd
My
himself. Do, re, mi, fa, sol, la, ti. Oh, excuse me, I'm trying to prepare for the next show. Autographs will have to wait. I doubt I have to tell you that I am the amazing singing Stefan, the only sentient severed head in Cecile. My audience sings... You're a source hunter, aren't you? Oh, bless the seven. Oh, pleasure to meet you. Now, please, Stefan has many fans to meet today. Psst, help me. Take me to Reginald's cellar. There. It won't be the worst indignation I've suffered. Get on with it then.
We will have none of that, you hear?
Fantastic!
You there, take a seat. Prepare to laugh your head off, cry your eyes out, and teeter on the edge of your seat with an original...
My word!
It is said, and this I have heard from a ghost who knew Elliot, who is said to have known Sigurd so ardently did he crave creamy blues and gory reds that he ordered a contest across his realm. Today, I think...
What are you looking at me? Oh, I'm not... Well...
It is said, and this I have heard from a ghost who knew Elliot, who is said to have known Sigurd himself, that the king had a great thirst for colour.
You there, take a seat. Prepare to laugh your head off, cry your eyes out, and teeter on the edge of your seat. I am Reginald the Illusionist, purveyor of the most amazing artifact in Andevale. This fantastical talking head. Catch the act while you can. This show will only remain in Cecile as long as there are Legion soldiers. Are you impressed by my prowess in the arts of entertainment? Nothing attracts... Why do I care what tall tales you've heard about Stefan's origins? Try to do something about it, if you dare. The fair's full... Hard times, Lord Pinchpenny?
He's right, you know.
Today,
we can hardly walk off with a talking head.
Back for more, I see. Well, I can't say I'm surprised. What with Stefan...
I've heard from a ghost who knew Elliot. It is said, and this I have heard from a ghost who knew so ardently. Do, re, mi, fa, sol, la. I doubt I... pleasure. It won't be the worst indignation I...
Hey, you there! Cut it out! You there! I am Reginald the Illusionist. What a generous spectator! Are you impressed by my prowess in the art? I think you've gotten...
Ha!
By the seven! What a tale!
Fantastic!
Of a kid?
What are you looking at me for? There's a great show going on. Well, I've stumbled into quite the fine gig. Oh, I'm nothing.
Tricks of a
My
kid?
word!
This here is
Do, re,
the...
mi, fa, sol, la, ti. Oh, excuse me, I'm trying to prepare... What do you call a source hunter who finds a way to draw a crowd away from where he or she would like to perform a resourceful hunter. Come now, it can't be that hard to find something to draw off the attention of this bleating herd. Patience, patience. Once we reach Reginald's... pleasure to...
Come one, come all, and
What are you looking at me for? There's a...
I sealed only sentient severed head!
Today,
Back for more, I see! Well, I can't say Are you impressed by my prowess in the arts of it? I think you've... I am...
I've heard from a ghost who knew Elba, who knew Elliot, who is said to have known...
What's that knot on the...
The king had a great thirst for colour.
Fantastic!
So ardently did he crave creamy blues and gory reds that he ordered a contest across his realm.
My word!
Today, I think, a king, the great Sigurd...
Fantastic!
It is said, and this I have heard from a
My
ghost
word!
Elba, who knew Elliot, who is said to have known Sigurd
My
himself,
word.
that the king had a great thirst for colour. So ardently did he crave creamy blues and
My word! If you can't stand the heat,
across his realm.
Co mu to odpierdoliło?
my word!
I think
By the seven! What a tale!
Sigurd and his rainbow of war
I will
machines.
freeze you where you stand!
And this I have heard from a ghost who knew Elba,
To raczej nic nie da.
who is said to have known Sigurd himself,
By
that
the
the king
seven!
had a great
What a
thirst
tale!
for colour. So ardently did he crave creamy... It is said, and this I have heard from a ghost who knew, so ardently did he
You
crave...
there! I am Reginald. What a generous spectator! Why do I... Are you impressed?
Do, re, mi, fa, so... I doubt I... pleasure to meet you. It won't be the...
Hey, you there!
Daylight robbery.
Do, re, mi, fa, so, la... What do you call a source hunter?
Oh, fantastic!
A resourceful hunter. Come now, Ick.
Awful kids! Back for more, I see! Well,
By the seven! What a tale! My word!
you there! You don't look like someone who's ever been
Fantastic!
serenaded by a severed head!
Ha!
Step right up!
Bravo! Yeehaw!
Today, I think, a king. The great Sigurd and his rainbow of war
Fantastic!
machines. It is said, and this I have heard from a ghost who knew Elba, who knew Elliot, who is said to have known Sigurd himself, that the king had a great thirst for colour. So ardently
What's
did
that
he crave
natter?
gory reds that he ordered a contest across his
What are you
realm.
looking at me for? Well, I've stumbled.
Think a king. The great Sigurd.
You there! I am Are you impressed by my... I think you...
This I have heard from a ghost who knew Elba, who knew Elliot, who is said to have known Sigurd himself,
By the
that
seven!
the king
What
had
a
a great
tale!
thirst for colour. So ardently did he crave creamy blues and gory
My
reds
word!
that he ordered a contest across his
Fantastic!
realm. Today, I think,
Fantastic!
a king,
Bravo!
the great Sigurd and his
Bravo!
rainbow of war machines.
Ha!
It is said, and this I have heard from a ghost
Fantastic!
who knew Elba, who knew Elliot, who is said to have known Sigurd himself, that the king had a great thirst
Low
for
of victory!
so ardently
My
did he crave
word.
creamy blues and gory reds that he ordered a contest across
My
his realm.
word!
Today, I
Awful
think,
kids!
a king,
This here
the
is
great
the greatest
Sigurd
illusion
and his
in
rainbow of war
Annabelle.
machines. It is said, and this I have heard from a ghost who knew Elba, who knew Elliot, who is said to have known Sigurd himself, that the king had a great thirst for colour. So ardently did he crave creamy blues and gory reds that he ordered a contest
Fantastic!
across his realm.
My word!
Today, I think, a king, the great Sigurd and his rainbow of war machines. It is said, and this I have heard from a ghost who knew Elba, who knew Elliot, who is said to have known Sigurd himself, that the king had a great thirst
Fantastic!
for colour. So ardently did he crave creamy blues and gory reds that he ordered a contest across his realm.
Fantastic.
Today, so ardently did he crave creamy blues and gory reds that he ordered a
Fantastic.
contest across his realm.
My word.
Hear the stage calling you.
Fantastic! Bravo! Bravo! Fantastic!
My word!
Fantastic.
You there? You look like an actor just waiting for his big debut.
My word.
Fantastic!
Come on! Come on! Can't you hear the stage calling you?
Bravo! Yeehaw!
Fantastic.
As good as a new penny.
Fantastic.
Performers, showmen, show all of them. Seal what you're made of. Beer and flatulence. Come on!
Fantastic.
Come on! Can't you hear the stage calling you? Performers, showmen, show all of them. Seal what you're made of.
My word. My word.
Come on! Come on! Can't you hear the stage calling you?
Bravo! Yeehaw!
You there? You look like an
I'll figure out who murdered Jake before the day's through. Just you wait. Detective Kip is on the case.
Performers, showmen, show all of them. Seal what you're
Zombie ate your dog? Orc sunk your ship? No matter! You're at Katerina's Fair, a veritable summer home for troubled minds. Won't you take a seat? Well, I'm Katerina the Fair, fairest first lady of the fair, of course. I've an open stage in want of talent, and I've often found the best young performers among the rank. The theatre's fever has overcome you, has it? Marvellous! I do so love a fresh green talent ready to bloom. But I support players, not writers, you see. If you want to check the library and see if any of the classics there interest you. I'd love to see a Source Hunters take on one of the old standards right away, my dear, just as fast as your boots can carry you. You found something decent to perform, I trust. Speak to Master Chaucer if you're ready for your debut. He alone can add a...
Performers, showmen, show all of them. Seal what you're made of. Beer and flatulence.
Fantastic.
And who are you supposed to be? Oh, I should have been one of the greats. But here I am gathering peasants to watch peasants perform broadside. No, really? I hadn't noticed. If not for this ridiculous condition, don't you have an impressive library here in Sicil? I'm sure that beast of a librarian could rustle. Katerina's given the go-ahead, has she? Oh, very well. Tell me when you're ready to begin, and I'll show you to your places and gather you whatever crowd of drunken yokels can be prevailed upon. What is it this time? Katerina's. Tell me when you're ready to begin, and I'll... Ready for your trial by fire, you mean? There's no more savage foe than an audience, my dear. But I'm sure... And I'd like to be the king of Stormfist, but I haven't got the credentials, have I? Come back when you've found some material... Oh, no. You there. You look like an actor just waiting for his big debut. You there. Sit. Stay a while. Right in front. I'll excite you. I'll delight you. I'll beguile you. I'll besmile you. I'm Cedric the Sensational, and Don't pity me. No, sir. Just a few years ago, I was the all-singing, all-dancing, all-sensational darling of the town. People came from... When Reginald came, he brought some fantastic prop with him. Now, have you seen it? A talking head. Now, I never expected a silly gimmick like that to be my main It seems even my usually choosy audience has been taken in by that hack's little gizmo. I'm a man of skill, sleight of hand, feats of wit, and pure entertainment. This curio is ruining what used to be an art. And even when there's no crowd to speak of, old Reggie still has at least one fan calling bravo and hee-haw. Sure as the sun sets, that one devotee attracts... I don't know how he inspires such loyalty with less talent contained between his hat and his boots than I've in my crusty hang.
Bezi ty jesteś Abdul wisi ci lacha. I pijak i alkoholik.
Have some pity.
A person whose sole job is to praise the performance and
Będę cię szczury ścigać? Czy białe myszki?
No wonder Reginald has had such success. I knew his act couldn't have outshone mine on its merits alone.
No, po samą ziemię jak szpagat zrobisz. A po co ci potki do HP? Graj bez!
Please, you must hire him for me. Imagine the scowl on that conman's face
Ja też nie
when my
umiem.
rightful audience returns to me. A must-see event. You there? You look like an actor just waiting for his big debut.
No może teraz uda się zwrócić uwagę jakoś.
Fantastic!
You there! You don't look like someone who's ever been serenaded by a severed head. Step right up!
My word!
What are you looking at me for? There's a
To co ja ci na
great
to
show
poradzę?
going on right in front of you. And look, there stands the world-famous Reginald the Entertainer. Better check it. Well, drawing a crowd's what I do best, and I'd be glad to do it for your little show. 100 gold up front, and yours will be the hottest ticket. 98, 99, 100. Looks like all's in order, Chief. So, ready for a big... What are you looking at me for? Well, I don't see why I should. Reginald and I have grown rather friendly, you know? And in any case, it'll be hard to pull myself away from this fantastic show.
Who knew Elba, who knew Elliot, who is said to have known Sigurd himself, that the king had a great thirst for
Fantastic!
did he crave creamy blues and warm reds, that he ordered a contest across his realm.
Fantastic!
Today, I think, a king. The great
Fantastic!
Sigurd and his rainbow of war machines. It is said, and this I have heard from a ghost who knew Elba, who knew Elliot, who is said to have known Sigurd himself, that the king had a great thirst for colour. So ardently did he crave creamy blues and gory reds that he ordered a contest across his realm.
FIFA? Już FIFA to jest kurwa stolec straszny. No raczej.
I suppose there are worse things than spreading a bit of the old Gallagher treatment. There are certainly enough Legionnaires to go around.
Nice work.
A familiar face. Come, what? Please don't pick when. You look like an actor just waiting for his big debut.
Hey, it's you again! I don't have to. I'm happy. Oh, I'm.
Idzie cała ekipa.
What? Where is everyone trotting off to? Don't they want to hear?
Strange! You appear to be my only client. I knew that fool could never have garnered so much as a guffaw on his own merits. I'll see to this matter immediately.
Do, re, mi, fa, sol, la, ti. It won't be the worst indignation.
Show all of them. Sizeal, what you're made of.
All right.
Beer and flat.
He's a con man! Don't donate your time. It's all over now. Without my client, there's an old saying, who am I? Don't speak that...
Oh, that Gallagher is quite the performer. One of my own ilk. Sometimes all the flies need is a little honey, eh? Oh,
Gdzie on to chciał, żeby go odnieść?
Tis I, Reginald the illusionist. I said,
If Reginald sees us, he'll have you arrested. Not here, not now. We'll be better off speaking in... It won't be the worst.
Siema, Herr Smiter. Gdzieś go tu postawić? W konkretnym miejscu? Tutaj go może postawię.
A little privacy at last. Out of earshot of that contemptible jester. We can finally speak freely. My true name is Nick. In life, I was an entertainer aboard the ship of the famed Pontius Pirate. I once dared to defy him and he savagely beheaded me for the attempt.
W ogóle ta gra jest zajebista. To jest tyle możliwości, że ja pierdolę.
Little did I know the abuse was only beginning. A wandering sorcerer, mad as the day is long, found my severed head on the beach and resurrected me. I spent months in his company listening to him blather on about his every in. When I asked him to return my head to my body, it must be in the Black Cove still, he became enraged and tossed my head into the sea. Reginald stumbled upon me some days later and consigned me into his horrid little show. I know not how long I've been entertaining slack-jawed imbeciles at the Sizeal Fair. More than anything. But the chances are so slim with the Black Cove utterly infested with Pontius's undead cronies. My poor lost body is among them, sightless and silent in their vile company.
Zawieszek
For
na
all I know,
płaszczach.
they're using it. Traveller, if there were any way you would brave the cove's depths and reunite me with myself, you'd be doing me the only kindness I'd have received in as long as that charlatan doesn't have a lick of his own talent. So he begs, borrows and beats it from those of us with a real what I wouldn't give to give old Reggie a swift kick in the jugglers. Oh, to have... It won't be the worst indignation.
Dobra, to bierzemy go ze sobą, trzeba będzie go z ciałem połączyć. Za naprawę? No tam... Ja nie pamiętam jak to było dokładnie, też można było chyba samemu naprawiać, tylko że wtedy chyba spadała wytrzymałość przedmiotu jak się samemu naprawiało. Nie pamiętam dokładnie.
Quiet day on the market, it seems.
Fresh haddock. Perfect for
Ciekawe co w tej skrzyni ma.
Aaron has as many friends as the man with many cheeses.
Quiet day on the market, it seems.
Pay the big cheese on your block for the wheel of the good stuff.
To zajebie i mu sprzedam później.
Lonesome? Spiritless? Perhaps wrestling an earth elemental will inject some vim into your routine.
Watch the undead quiver in their mouldy boots.
Let's see. Halibut, sheep's cheese, tomatoes.
How lovely to see you again, haver of the beautifully shaped shoulders.
Tomatoes.
Pay the big cheese
To
on
już
your
prawie
block for
1000
the
golda za
wheel
to.
of the good stuff.
Nie ma to jak gościa opierdolić i mu sprzedać z powrotem.
Any takers? Come on, you chickens!
Aaron has as many friends as the man with many cheeses.
Fresh haddock. Perfect for fire.
I'm a painter, but I travel.
Come on, you chickens!
Dearest customer, I've never seen an aura so plagued by ether. Thank Astarte, I've just the earth scroll to ground you.
Sheep's cheese, tomatoes. Let's see. Halibut, sheep's cheese, tomatoes.
Pay the big cheese on your block for the wheel of the good stuff. Aaron has as many friends as the man with many cheeses.
Kurwa, tu jest tyle rzeczy w tej grze, że... Masakra.
Any takers? Come on, you chickens!
Gdzie te stiepanki?
Red and orange, yellow and green, the finest veggies size seals ever seen.
Let's see. Halibut, sheep's cheese, tomatoes.
Inicjatywa.
Join the Spud Club if you've got an eye for farm potatoes. Ah, gracious patron, I see your tired eyes looking a bit teary. I've just the potion for that. Or would you prefer a toasty fire spell to dry those vapours?
No to za chwilę koniec.
Pay the big cheese on your block for the wheel of the good stuff.
Join the Spud Club if you've got an eye for farm potatoes.
Any
takers? Come on, you chickens!
Red and orange, yellow and green, the finest veggies Sizefield's ever seen. Let us see if you can choose the finest greens.
Sheep's cheese, tomatoes.
No better solution to the zombie problem than a set of silver arrows.
Dobra. My to tu jesteśmy. Tam byłem przed chwilą. Ja sobie chyba tego komendanta odwiedzić w końcu, czy kogoś tam porozmawiać o tym zabójstwie.
Come on! Come on! Can't you...
He's a con man! Don't donate your time to that.
Peaceful day, sir.
Excellent! Let's keep it that way.
One coin or two, noble spirit? One coin or two? Oh, I am a happy man, and certainly a humble one now. It turns out losing it all has its own share of benefits. Ah, a fool once was I, and ever seeking greater satisfaction than that which I already enjoyed. In my folly, I sought the counsel of those notorious Watcher statues on the western cliffs. I'd heard they were not to be trusted, that they gave fools advice to the fools who sought them, but they told me that I would find fame and renown if I renounced my worldly possessions. Or fire, the most thorough cleanser, was my method. May the soul of Astarte smile upon you, kind stranger. Thank you, kind one.
So those statues told him he'd have to renounce his earthly possessions to become a spiritual leader, did they?
Makes sense to me. How can you explore the spirit when you're busy keeping up with the Joneses?
Indeed. He said himself that he's finally learned humility. Maybe he made the right choice.
Aha, ciekawe, czy tam na tym targu jeszcze inni mają swoje skrzynie, bo może by ich ojebał. Muszę się tam przyglądnąć im.
Quiet day on the market, it seems.
No better solution to the zombie problem than a set of silver arrows.
Let's see. Halibut, sheep's cheese, tomatoes. Let's see.
Skrzyni nie ma.
Sheep's cheese, tomatoes.
Let us see if you can choose the finest greens.
Sheep's cheese, tomatoes.
Poza zasięgiem. Bo on nie ma telekinezy.
Lonesome? spiritless? Perhaps wrestling an earth elemental will inject some vim into your routine.
Quiet day on the market, it seems.
Lonesome? Spiritless? Perhaps wrestling an earth elemental will inject some vim into your routine.
Let's see. Halibut, sheep's cheese, tomatoes. Let's see. Halibut, sheep's cheese, tomatoes.
W sumie to nie mają jakichś specjalnych rzeczy, ta jeszcze coś tam miała.
Perhaps wrestling an earth elemental will inject some vim into your routine.
Czad mi znika znowu, nie wiem dlaczego.
I'm straight. I'm true. Arrows by the dozens. Toe of snake, wing of worm, brew and spice them, stir and churn.
Jak coś, to nie mam czatu. Coś się znowu pierdoli.
Watch the undead quiver in their mouldy boots.
Temu by się telekineza przydała, ale tam jest jeszcze identyfikacja dla tej w tym pierścieniu.
To bemuscle you, scrolls to entussle you. No better solution to the zombie problem than a set of silver arrows.
A ten nie ma telekinezy w czymś? On ma, tylko w czym on to ma? W tym ma telekinezę.
Toe of snake, wing of worm, brew and spice 'em, stir and churn. Red and orange, yellow and green, the finest veggies Sicily's ever seen. Well, what sort of arrows do you want? Freezing? Silver? Poison? Get to the point.
Otwieranie zamków. O, biorę.
Fresh haddock, perfect for a fryer.
Tu będę miał 3 punkty w otwieraniu zamków.
Fresh haddock, perfect for a fryer.
No, ale ten znowu tą telekinezę tam straci. A to będę sobie zamieniał najwyżej. W miarę potrzeby.
Get it while it's fresh. This batch is only hours from the sea.
No można się nauczyć handlu, pewnie, że tak.
The finest veggies Sicily's ever seen.
Aaron has as many friends as the man with many cheeses.
Join the Spud Club if you've got an eye for farm potatoes.
Not in the mood for cheese. That excuse is more home than the slice of this fine Coleman there.
Bo miał 3 w otwieranie zamków, to i tak do tamtego zamka potrzebuje 4 punkty. To jeszcze jakby coś kupił takiego. Ja mam chyba w pierścieniu jednym. Potrzebuję 4 punkty. Co to jest?
Watch the undead quiver in their mouldy boots. Toe of snake, wing of worm, bow and spice of stir and churn.
Dobra.
Not the mood for cheese. The excuse is more home than the slice of this fine Coleman there. Watch the undead quiver in their mouldy boots.
Będę sobie to zamieniał, tu inicjatywa, telekineza i będę kradł, do tego będę używał, bo tu są 2 do inicjatywy. Jeden do otwierania zamków. Mam tutaj do otwierania zamków. Jeszcze by mi w czymś pasowało. Telekineza, a tam ma jeszcze telekinezę w tym też. Inicjatywa. Dobra.
Sheep's cheese, tomatoes.
Red and orange, yellow and green, the finest veggies size seals ever seen.
Watch the undead quiver in their mouldy boots. Aaron has as many friends as the man.
Ah, gracious patron, I see your tired eyes looking a bit teary. I've just the potion for that. Or would you prefer a toasty fire spell to dry those vapours?
Sheep's cheese, tomatoes.
No better solution to the zombie problem than a set of silver arrows. Aaron has as many friends as the man with many cheeses.
Let's see. Halibut, sheep's cheese, tomatoes.
Dobra. Co my tu mamy? Tu jest opuszczony dom, a tutaj jest miejsce zbrodni. No to tam by też pasowało pójść może.
Pay the big cheese on your block for the will of the good stuff.
So you're just hanging around the inn, are you? Waiting for what?
You there! A moment of your indulgence, if you please. You are the source hunter, are you not? The hero the whole of Sightseal is abuzz about. The talk of the town. No, scratch that. It is so much more than a delight. It is an intervention of fate. Yes, that's it. Mendius, at your service. What is my profession? Well, I'll tell you what it used to be, and that is a man of medicine. But what does a man of medicine do but mend what has first been broken? Oh, it's not merely an opportunity. It is a once-in-a-lifetime chance to become better, to become the full extent of the promise that is locked.
Join the Spud Club if you've got an eye for farm potatoes.
Of course I do. How could someone in my profession not?
Quite right. Adventure is what we live for.
See here, you and I share the same passion. I never doubted it for a moment. The thrill of walking the unbeaten path, the rush of finding yourself. Too bad your line of work comes with such measly recompense. Am I right? The wage of a mere soldier. Now between...
Cheese on your block for the will of the good stuff.
Well, I can't say that I haven't.
Yes, some extra gold is all...
Indeed. Indeed, gold is always welcome. And among the fabulous five, gold flows as freely as water does to the sea. Even so, my friend, matters of a pecuniary nature aside, what is life without variety, without spice? To be a source hunter must get frightfully dreary sometimes. Am I right? All those orders. Investigate this, retrieve that, and at the end of the day, what do you have to show for?
Waiting for what, exactly?
Oh, don't you believe me, quiver in them moldy boots.
Oh, you think you can...
There is no shame in following directives if your masters are worthy of your trust.
True enough. We serve a just...
Come now. I refuse to believe such a uniquely skilled individual would settle for a puppet's role. Life's too short to spend it doing someone else's bidding. Am I right? Of course I am. And I could help. And that is exactly why I am here. Why fate has put me right by the door to the King Crab. So that I could meet you and tell you about the marvel that is the Fabulous Five. The Fabulous Five. How I enjoy simply saying the words that describe the most illustrious and celebrated adventurers' guild in Rivellon. Our mission, you'd like nothing more than to enlist, wouldn't you? Of course you would. And you can. Of course, if you still have questions, I shall answer them to the best of my abilities. But if not, how about we get... What a gem of a question. Straight as an arrow. Sharp as a switchblade. Now then, to join the Fabulous Five is to join a fellowship, to join a fraternity, a sorority, a community. The title of Knight is bestowed upon you the moment you sign our waiver, and so it all begins. Of course, should you spread the word, should you propagate the gospel of the Fabulous Five and thereby draw new knights into our fellowship, you will get... By now, the genial glow of the fellowship must have warmed your heart. It has, hasn't it? But did I say fellowship? I mean family. For like a family, we support one another. Cheer, work hard, fulfill contracts, enlist new knights, and swiftly shall you rise through the ranks. You will better yourself. You will better Rivellon. You will make the stars shine all the brighter. And you'll get fabulously wealthy in the process. What's not to like?
Heavenly herring, delicious dogfish, yours for a scrap.
They call the undead a problem, my friend. You'd like nothing more than to...
Ciekawe, czy to jest jakaś gildia, czy co to jest? Na razie się wstrzymam z dołączaniem. Ale to nie jest dom, to miejsce zbrodni. Miejsce zbrodni jest gdzieś tam. Ale to chyba trzeba przejść przez gospodę.
Saffrons, I dare say.
Ah, hello. I suppose you're here to viciously interrogate me for information I don't have, like our noble Captain Aureus before you. I am the Duke of Ferrell, though I suppose my name is in the mouths of enough ruthless gossipers that you've heard of me by now. It's very tragic news. I won't posture and say that the Councillor and I were anything near allies, but I truly never wish the man harm.
Never saw you in the king crab before. You're welcome to scratch me behind the ears if you like. I won't scratch back. I am Unsinkable Sam. At least that's what they call me around here. Used to be a ship's cat, but the clipper I was on sank, and I was the only one to wrestle himself free from the waves. The people here were kind and took me in. Been the king crab's foremost patron ever since. A magnificent ship she was. Used to belong to a pirate, I was told. Unlike me, she didn't prove to be unsinkable, though. We hit the cliffs right neath the lighthouse. Not very apt a name for that building, I must say, for the moment I hit the water, I writhed around like I would on a hot tin roof. By some miracle, I managed to reach the beach, covered in kelp and smelling worse than a fish's funeral parlor. But I was alive, so I was. What friends I had. They drowned alongside the rats I used to hunt in the galley. And there I... Not that I have it bad here, mind you. I've milk and fish aplenty. Most folks will pet me kindly, and when one of the village girls holds me tight against her ample bosom, I purr up a storm. But I do long for a companion of my own. Maxine, the mayor's darling pet. So gentle, so fair a feline. She likes me. I know she does. But when I declare my love, she backs away. I don't know why. I've serenaded her and braved many a bucket of water for my efforts. But for some reason, she... By all means. People make a fuss about them because they endanger the lands around the city. They never bother me when I'm out for my monthly walk, though. But still, I do detest them. I mean, they're so unnatural, aren't they? Cats can have... Oh, don't mention orcs to me. Worse than dogs, that lot. Sank Walrus Willie's boat right from under him.
Seem like the sort who concerns myself.
Back, demon! Back, or I'll... Well, what's this? Oh, Medora, you lummox. 1,000 pardons, comrade. This old bear's edgier than a dodecahedron these days. I'll tell you, it sure does me good to set eyes on another of our order. From Academy West, aren't you? Give Captain Wartruce my regards next time you see him. You wouldn't. I trained up in Academy North, after all. We don't cross paths with you Westies all that often, but it's always a... Medora's the name. Retired, or so the order keeps trying to tell me, but never out of commission. My heavens, hornets! That's quite a story, comrade. And come to think of it, see, I'm here on, well, let's call it a loan from a town to the north of here. There's been an attack there, comrade. Orcs. Not your run-of-the-mill set. What they want in Hunter's Edge, I can't say. But it's my responsibility to send them packing. Preferably with their horns in it. I came south seeking the Legion's help, only to find it tied here in Sicile. They don't have a spare soldier to send northward, and even in my finest form, I can't clear the place of that by the skin of my teeth, comrade. The savages were rounding up villagers when one of them activated a tripwire on our village wizard's property. Fortunately for me, I managed to wrench free of my captor's grip and flee toward the forest. He pursued me for miles, but I'd lost him before I made it into the... Well, comrade, I hadn't thought of it till you tapped my shoulder just now. But perhaps that's... I need a contingent I can trust if I'm to take back the town. I've been scouting Sicile for some time now, and I believe I've sussed out sufficient intel to help solve the murder of the Counselor. With our minds and swords in tandem, we'll make short work of the perpetrator.
Whatever happened to that troop of eager imbeciles we sent to the northern cave?
Do I seem like...
Well, you know the old expression. 2's a tea party, 3's an invasion. I know this place like the back of my hand by now, and the orcs up north will be short work for it.
A fantastic plan! With 3 source hunters working in tandem, we'll put an end to all the evil.
Another source hunter on the team will make...
That's the spirit. Listen closely now. Do you hear it? That's the sound of every orc and sorcerer in 100-mile...
Tell me, Alistair, have you ever had the fortune of challenging the fabled wizard of Hunter's Edge?
Fortune? Ha! He should be so lucky as to be defeated by Alistair the Great.
They say he's privy to ancient and arcane secrets, the likes of which I doubt you could even fathom, old friend. Come now, Alistair. Surely you've met your match once or twice.
Ha! The closest I've come to my match is when I linger over long while lighting my pipe.
Oh, careful now. Your head's grown more swollen than saffrons, I dare say.
A source hunter! I'd like to report some dark magic. Only tainted hearts could tip as miserably as this lot. Been at the King Crab nearly 10 years now, personally. Seen every character you can imagine, from bums to wizards, passed through these doors for a pint and a place to rest.
Eager imbeciles we sent to the northern cave.
Do I seem like the sort who concerns myself with such things?
You'll be concerned enough when you realize that reward...
I think I'm one of the last folks to hear him alive. That awful scream has been ringing in my ears ever since. And with the room where it all happened still under quarantine, we've a constant reminder of exactly what happened. Though that's the question, isn't it? What exactly did happen? We all thought it was Esmeralda who checked. I was washing up and nudging the last of the lushes out of the door when a cloaked woman rushed in right past me. I never got a good look at her. Damn my eyes. But I figured the way she disappeared, lucky for the perpetrators, I was rinsing bottles in the back when the terrible deed took place and saw nothing more. I'm not proud to say I ducked under the counter and damn well stayed there till I heard Ivad fling that door open. But I was paralyzed with fright.
Old friend.
Jest dobra kasa za te obrazy.
Surely you've met your match once or twice.
Ha! The closest I've come to my match is when I linger over long while lighting my pipe.
Oh, careful now. Your head's grown more swollen than saffrons, I dare say.
Watch out! I smell... the fierce stench of frightened source goblin.
Actually, I think that's only roast pig.
Ah, yes. Yes, of course. This time.
Whatever happened to that troop of eager imbeciles we sent to the northern cave?
Do I seem like the sort who concerns myself with such things?
You'll be concerned enough when you realize that reward money won't be lying in your pocket.
Nie dosięgnięło?
Tell me, Alistair, have you ever had the fortune of challenging the fabled wizard of Hunter's Edge?
Fortune? Ha! He should be so lucky as to be defeated by Alistair the Great.
No.
They say he's privy to ancient and arcane secrets, the likes of which I doubt you could even fathom.
Kurwa, co ten czat mi się tak... Cały czat mi się rozłącza dzisiaj, no co jest do chuja? Cały czas się kurwa rozłącza. Może ta telekineza za słaba.
Come now, Alistair. What have we here? A source hunter, is it? Well, my day just became rather more stimulating. Oh, stand still then, if you don't mind. I want to take a good long look at the so-called savior of Sicile. Tall as an elf. And my word, what passion burns from your eyes. Please forgive my being forward, but I dare say I am Anna. Jewel in the crown that is the fabulous fun. I've cut 1,000 throats and baked 1,000 bread rolls, stolen the crown jewels of the Queen of Arata, and with my pockets full, helped. When the day comes that I die, the gods will evacuate the heavens to make space for my formidable... I contain multitudes, you see, and I am utterly replete. Except that, much to my dismay, I had as yet to... But then, Source Hunter, you wandered into this tavern, and I... that I have. For nearly a lifetime, it seems. Well, I'm sure you must know what I mean. Like existence itself lacked a significant component. Like if you could... I believe I have found that component, that body, that spirit within you, Source Hunter. Come, if ever we are to be united, we must... Yes, you must join the Fabulous Five right away, as soon as time permits. Together, as a team, we'll explore the boundless realm before us. Yes, I am part of that band of valiant heroes. And ever there
Jakaś
must
chyba
I
gildia
remain.
złodziei jest coś
But
takiego.
you, my match, my soul's twin, may tie our fates together by similarly fight. You must speak with Mendius. He stands right outside this very tavern, and he alone can bring you into our illustrious fold. Then... Come now, Alistair. Surely you've met your match once or twice.
Ha! The closest I've come to my match is when I linger over long while lighting my pipe.
Oh, careful now. Your head's grown more swollen than Saffron's, I dare say.
Whatever happened to that troop of eager imbeciles we sent to the northern cave?
Do I seem like the sort who concerns myself with such things?
You'll be concerned enough when you realize that reward money won't be lining your pockets.
Tell me, Alistair, have you ever had the fortune of challenging the fabled wizard of Hunter's Edge?
Fortune? Ha! He should be so lucky as to be defeated by Alistair the Great.
They say he's privy to ancient and arcane secrets, the likes of which I doubt you could even fathom, old friend. Oh, come, darling, don't dither. You must speak with Mendius and join the Fabulous Five immediately. I so long for us to realize our true potential, side by side, spirit by spirit, heart by heart.
Chociaż to jest chyba unikat, ja jej zostawię to.
Come now, Alistair. Surely you've met your match once or twice.
Ha! The closest I've come to my match is when I linger over long while lighting my pipe.
Oh, careful now. Your head's grown more swollen than Saffron's, I dare say.
Sorry, I've run out of signed handkerchiefs. An Alistair keyring, maybe. In any case, make it quick. You're not the only fan who wants some of my time. What do you mean, not familiar? You expect me to believe you've never heard of... Why, I'm only the most famous wizard this side of the distance. Although, and don't forget, I'm the most eminent member of the Fabulous Five to boot. Surely you already know we've been voted the most influential adventurers guild by SideQuest Monthly. 3 years running. Your interest is piqued, I see. I'd suggest you have a chat with Mendius outside. He's in charge of recruitment and other such drudgery. A word of warning, though, we only accept the best and the brightest. By the looks of you, I'm not sure those nasty beasts are hardly worth my time. Though I suppose I'll step in if none of... Whatever happened to that troop of eager imbeciles we sent to the northern cave?
Do I seem like the sort who concerns myself with such things?
You'll be concerned enough when you realize that reward money won't be lining your pockets. Welcome thee, my friend. Waitress, another round of beers, if you please. I'm an archaeologist and connoisseur of the undead. Because of my expertise, Lieutenant Selenia, a commander of the Legion in Sicile, wanted me to investigate the ancient burial mound. Just quite so. I live for the dead, so to speak. The combination of archaeology and a case of incidental necromantic magic is what sparked my interest in the field. Of course, I'll be glad to share what knowledge I have obtained over the years. Zombies are the results of vile necromancy in action. Among the resurrected dead, there are those who used to be wizards, and they can cast spells still. They slay their prey, and should you encounter these menaces, always try to pick them off from afar. Don't let them get close, or they'll riddle you with the poisons and the These ones in particular, the ones around Sicile, are the resurrected soldiers of Brachus, the last and most infamous in the line of sorcerer kings. He himself is supposed to be buried somewhere around here, but no one knows where the actual grave is. Long have I searched, and be that as it may, Brachus' soldiers stalk these lands anew, and they still fight like veterans. I told those fools of legionnaires to bring maces instead of swords. You know, weapons that crush these skeleton bones, not blades that may ricochet right off. Oh, and don't be surprised if the dead use an unusual amount of magic against you. These soldiers were loyal to a sorcerer king after all.
Pointless chatter with strangers does so thrill me. How did you know? Please continue interrupting my drink if you'd be so kind.
Eager imbeciles we sent to the northern cave.
Do I seem like the sort who concerns myself with such things?
You'll be concerned enough when you realize that reward money won't be
How
lying...
curious of you to show interest in a lonesome stranger at the bar. Let me answer by saying that who I am is hardly any of your business. And anyone with an ounce of tact would have known that already. Can I tell you? I suppose I can. And I could. But why would I turn my attention away from this whiskey?
Tell me, Alistair, have you ever had the fortune of challenging the fabled wizard of Hunter's Edge?
Fortune? Ha! He should be so lucky as to be defeated by Alistair the Great!
They say he's privy to ancient and arcane secrets, the likes of which I doubt you could even fathom, old friend.
No, go nie ściągnie, za daleko jest. Kto tu ma jeszcze telekinezę?
Come now, Alistair. Surely you've met your match once or twice.
Ha! The closest I've come to my match is when I linger over long while lighting my pipe.
Oh, careful now. Your head's grown more swollen than Saffron's, I dare say.
No i da.
Whatever happened to that troop of eager imbeciles we sent to the northern cave?
Do I seem like the sort who concerns myself with such things?
You'll be concerned enough when you realize that reward money won't be lining your pockets.
Tell me, Alistair, have you ever had the fortune of challenging the fabled wizard of Hunter's Edge?
Fortune?
Zimbladorix! Zat! Ha!
Great!
They say...
Zimbladorix!
A to mieszkaniec zwykły.
Quite under my...
Old friend.
A hearty welcome to the King Crab Inn, and a pleasure to have you. You look like you could use a round or three, so what'll it be? Have a seat and stay a while. The name's Ivad. Pleased to make your acquaintance. I've been offering the weary travellers of Sicil drink and rest for nearly 2 decades now, but the King Crab... All you see before you is the manifestation of my great-grandpappy Horatius Dungeness's noble vision. Beer and naps for everyone. No questions asked. Well, between you and me, things have been rather slow since the, incident. But with spirits high and liquor flowing like it is tonight, it seems the crab may... Mind if we keep our voices down over that sensitive subject? Death and dark magic, ain't that room where it happened? It was rented to a certain woman, though I regret to say I can't say exactly who. This inn isn't in the business of asking many questions. She came heavily cloaked, but paid the full sum in advance. I was used to such transactions after many similar concerning a certain Esmeralda. Figured I saw one other figure go into the room that night. Someone tall, built broad like a man, but shrouded the same as she. Again, I was startled awake by a horrendous hubbub shortly after midnight. I jumped up and grabbed me grandpappy's machete, blearing. By the time I burst into that room, it was horribly silent. There was only Jake on the floor, dead, surrounded by what may as well whoever done it has escaped through the window. But I saw nary a soul when I looked out. You can bet I hightailed it to the Legion barracks faster than a jackrabbit after that. Councillor Jake, that poor man. I knew too much about his affairs, you know. Never figured it my business to say anything, but after all that's happened, Esmeralda's longest-standing lover has the audacity to remain lodged at this very inn, you know. He's called the Duke of Ferrell, a high title for a low man. If you haven't yet asked him about Esmeralda...
Come now.
This will is disgusting.
Burn for me. I need to dry up.
Dobra.
Careful now, that's a trap. Careful, I've spotted a trap.
Czyli to nie jest do tej skrzyni. Tak czy inaczej klucz, ale jeszcze się tu porozglądamy. Co tu kurwa się stało?
Hold! Our enemies have laid a trap.
W to weszli. Tu jest kurwa, no to co z tym? Albo to zastawić, bo nie wiem. Może jakąś skrzynię na to zrzucić. Albo żeby jedna osoba tylko tam poszła.
Careful! I've spotted a trap.
To chyba do tej skrzyni był ten klucz. A jest i do tamtej skrzyni klucz.
Another piece of trash.
Come now, Alistair. Surely you've met your match once or twice.
Ha!
The closest I've come to my match is when I linger over long while lighting my pipe.
Oh, careful now. Your head's growing more swollen than Saffron's, I dare say.
Co jest, kurwa?
Oh, come, darling, don't dither. You must speak with Mendius and join the Fabulous Five immediately. I so long for us to realize our true potential, side by side, spirit by spirit, heart by...
Whatever happened to that eager imbeciles we sent?
Heavenly herring, delicious dogfish, yours for a scrap of gold each.
Red and orange, yellow and green, the finest veggies size seals ever seen.
Not in the mood for cheese.
How lovely to see you again.
Na razie nie ma złota na moje obrazy nowe.
Shaped shoulders.
Toe of snake, wing of worm, brew 'em, spice 'em, stir and churn.
Made a big cheese on your brook with a wheel of the good stuff.
Let's see. Halibut, sheep's cheese, tomatoes.
Oh no, noble friend. Your upper chakras are in desperate need of a good scrubbing. Fortunately for you, my homebrewed tinctures will do the job. Or if you're in the mood for something a bit more electrifying, one of my air scrolls might give your system just the shock it needs.
The excuse is more holes than a slice of this fine golden bread. Made a big cheese on your brook with a wheel of the good stuff.
Let us see if you can choose the finest greens.
No better solution to the zombie problem than a set of silver arrows.
Toe of snake, wing of worm, brew 'em, spice 'em, stir and churn.
Heavenly herring, delicious dogfish, yours for a scrap of gold each.
Aaron has as many friends as the man with many cheeses.
Lonesome, spiritless. Perhaps wrestling an earth elemental will inject some vim into your routine.
I'm straight. I'm true. Aaron by the dozens.
Not in the mood for cheese. The excuse is more holes than a slice of this fine golden bread.
Let's see. Halibut, sheep's cheese, tomatoes. Let's see. Halibut, sheep's cheese, tomatoes.
No better solution to the zombie problem than a set of silver arrows.
Join the Spud Club if you've got an eye for farm potatoes.
Penny takers? Come on, you chickens!
No better solution to the zombie problem than a set of silver arrows.
Oh no, noble friend. Your upper chakras are in desperate need of a good scrubbing. Fortunately for you, my homebrewed tinctures will do the job. Or if you're in the mood for something a bit more electrifying, one of my air scrolls might give your system just the shock it needs.
Pay the big cheese on your block with a wheel of the good stuff.
Heavenly herring, delicious dogfish. Yours for a scrap of gold each.
Well, what sort of arrows do you want? Freezing? Silver? Poison? Get to the point.
Perhaps wrestling an earth elemental will inject some vim into your routine. Fresh haddock, perfect for a fry-up.
Pay the big cheese on your block with a wheel of the good stuff.
Any takers? Come on, you chickens!
Lord, spiritless. Perhaps wrestling an earth elemental will inject some vim into your routine.
Any takers? Come on, you chickens!
Watch the undead quiver in their mouldy boots.
Any takers? Come on, you chickens!
Tell me, Alistair, have you ever had the the likes of which I doubt you could even fathom, old friend. Come now, Alistair. Surely you've met your match once or twice.
Ha! The closest I've got to my match is when I linger over long while lighting my pipe.
Oh, careful now. Your head's growing more swollen than saffron's, I dare say.
Whatever happened to that truly eager imbecile we sent to the northern cave?
Do I seem like the sort who concerns myself with such things?
Greetings, traveller. And may the Immaculate Conduit's myriad blessings comfort and cradle you. Tell me, what's in a name, dear friend? For we all begin equal in the Conduit's eyes, and only through great deeds may enter into her inner ring. You mean you haven't heard? Oh, what fortune that I may share the goddess's salvation with one who has... Steel yourself, friend, for your mortal spirit could be forever transformed from this moment forth. That by following her instructions and becoming initiated into the one way, we can each of us live on for us. She came from on high to we mortals and showed us the path to the... She showed us that injury and malady need not mark the end of life. For this hallowed information, you must seek an immaculate chapel. Go north. There, go on the path to the righteous, my friend. Forget not that the conduit...
Co to za naszyjnik?
Come now, Alistair. Surely you've met your match once or twice.
Ha!
The closest I've come to my match is when I linger over long while lighting my pipe.
Oh, careful now. Your head's grown more swollen than saffron's, I dare say.
Whatever happened to that troop of eager imbeciles we sent to the northern cave? You'll be concerned enough when you realize that reward money won't be lining your pockets.
Greetings, Source Hunter. I don't mean to hinder your investigation, but I can't open this door for anyone who hasn't received Captain Aureus' explicit approval.
Muszę pójść na do tamtego patafiana.
Soon the last will be beaten. Beaten like the anvil of Grog, the torturer. All hail Grog! All hail his hot-steeled instruments. By the filed teeth of Sulumar Soul Shredder, the end is nigh. Death comes a-creeping for you, Victoria! Soon the last will be beaten. Beaten like the anvil of Grog, the torturer. All hail Grog! All hail his hot-steeled instruments. By the filed teeth of Sulumar Soul Shredder, the end is nigh. Death comes a-creeping for you, Victoria! hunters go a-stalking in the night. By the needles of the million bleeder, they'll end it all in blood. The hunters go a-stalking in the night. By the needles of the million bleeder, they'll end it all in blood. Soon the last will be beaten. Beaten like the anvil of Grog, the torturer. All hail Grog! All hail his hot-steeled instruments.
Move along.
Greetings, greetings. Oh, you are most welcome in my chamber. Customers rarely find me up here, but I do so abhor the hustle and bustle of the marketplace.
The anvil of Grog, the torturer. All hail Grog! All hail his hot-steeled instruments. The hunters go a-stalking in the night. By the needles of the million bleeder, they'll end it all in blood.
How gratifying to see you return. You are quickly becoming my favorite customer.
In the night, by the needles of the million bleeder, they'll end it all in blood. The hunters go a-stalking in the night. By the needles of the million bleeder, they'll end it all in blood. Soon the last will be beaten. Beaten like the anvil of Grog, the torturer. All hail Grog! All hail his hot-steeled instruments. The hunters go a-stalking in the night. By the needles of the million bleeder, they'll end it all in blood! The hunters go a-stalking in the night. By the needles of the million bleeder, they'll end it all in blood! Soon the last.
How gratifying to see you return. You are quickly becoming my favorite customer.
Grog, all hail his hot-steeled instruments. Soon the last will be beaten. Beaten like the anvil of Grog, the torturer. All hail!
That I am. I have spent more of my life on the road travelling alongside great caravans than I have in any given place in Rivellon. All of this earth is my home, for a few days or even but a few hours at a time, that is. You wouldn't believe some of the things I have seen. Oh yes, a city besieged by the dead isn't even remotely special to me. All you have seen them, have you not? Is anything amiss? A punch-on perhaps, yes. I have the blood of sorcerers in my veins, and between you and me, the blood of sorcerers too. The power...
You should be more careful, madam. I am a hunter, but as luck would have it, I'm not a zealot.
And neither am I. Be advised.
Gods have mercy! I talked openly about sorcery in front of a source hunter. What a fool I am. Thank you, O compassionate soul that you are, to treat me so leniently. I never have and never will really dabble in sorcery on that. No need to worry, source hunter dearest. You'll find no sorcery here, only honest to God's witchcraft.
You call to Wolgraf. He awaits your queries.
Bloody undead. Remember above all to stay behind the wall.
Like the anvil of Grog, the torturer. All hail Grog! All hail his hot-steeled instruments. By the filed teeth of Sulumar's soul shredder, the end is nigh. Death comes a creeping for you, Victoria!
Co on tam tego ryjadrze?
The hunters go a-stalking in the night. By the needles of the million bleeder, they'll end it all in blood!
Zaraz wracam, muszę do WC skoczyć.
The hunters go a-stalking in the night. By the needles of the million bleeder, they'll end it all in blood! By the filed teeth of Sulumar's soul shredder, the end is nigh. Death comes a-creeping for you, Victoria! Soon the last will be beaten. Beaten like the anvil of Grog, the torturer. All hail, Grog! All hail his hot-steeled instruments. The hunters go a-stalking in the night. By the needles of the million bleeder, they'll end it all in blood! Soon the last will be beaten. Beaten like the anvil of Grog, the torturer. All hail, Grog! All hail his hot-steeled instruments. The hunters go a-stalking in the night. By the needles of the million bleeder, they'll end it all in blood! Soon the last will be beaten. Beaten like the anvil of Grog, the torturer. All hail, Grog! All hail his hot-steeled instruments. By the filed teeth of Suluma Soul Shredder, the end is nigh. Death comes a-creeping for you, Victoria! By the filed teeth of Suluma Soul Shredder, the end is nigh. Death comes a-creeping for you, Victoria! The hunters go a-stalking in the night. By the needles of the million bleeder, they'll end it all in blood! The hunters go a-stalking in the night. By the needles of the million bleeder, they'll end it all in blood! Soon the last will be beaten. Beaten like the anvil of Grog, the torturer. All hail, Grog! All hail his hot-steeled instruments. Soon the last will be beaten. Beaten like the anvil of Grog, the torturer. All hail, Grog! All hail his hot-steeled instruments. By the filed teeth of Suluma Soul Shredder. The end is nigh. Death comes a-creeping for you, Victoria! By the filed teeth of Suluma Soul Shredder, the end is nigh. Death comes a-creeping for you, Victoria! By the filed teeth of Suluma Soul Shredder, the end is nigh. Death comes a-creeping for you, Victoria! By the filed teeth of Suluma Soul Shredder, the end is nigh. Death comes a-creeping for you, Victoria! By the filed teeth of Suluma Soul Shredder, the end is nigh. Death comes a-creeping for you, Victoria! The hunters go a-stalking in the night. By the needles of the million bleeder, they'll end it all in blood! The hunters go a-stalking in the night. By the needles of the million bleeder, they'll end it all in blood! By the filed teeth of Suluma Soul Shredder, The end is nigh. Death comes a-creeping for you, Victoria! By the filed teeth of Suluma Soul Shredder, the end is nigh. Death comes a-creeping for you, Victoria! By the filed teeth of Suluma Soul Shredder, the end is nigh. Death comes a-creeping for you, Victoria!
Co tam znowu, Felix, marudzisz?
By the filed teeth of Suluma Soul Shredder, the end is nigh.
No właśnie ty, bo to...
Comes a-creeping for you, Victoria!
Nie ma tu pauzy jako takiej? No nie ma. A chuj.
Ah, you have come. Yes, that is most satisfactory. Begone, brittle mask of age. Hear me now repeat the words of Brittletooth, the child. My name is Eglandir Twilsalanar, elf of the house of Gandavum, the slaughtered house of Gandavum. But by the twin blades, the game, yes! A game of blood and brutality, of death and dexterity.
Znowu mi się czat zaczyna. O, jest popierdolony dzisiaj z tym czatem.
But, like the serpentine stalker hisses before the stab. Hush now. Darkness, darling. Hush. The elves of Gandavum, they lived in peace. Oh, yes. But one night, when the moon had hid her face, the orcs of the tribe of Kazuldagar beset our city. All undone. Every last one of us. Except for me, the midnight rambler, away from the city. I was very old back then already, though indeed I whisper of many years hence. But death shall not find. I may be frail, a withered grey, but the wealth of kings is mine. Countless assassins have ministered to the vengeance that is my want, and now is almost over. By Kala, lady of the last gaze, I swear it is almost done. Only the very last one of the Kazaldagar still eludes me. The crowning I have tracked her down by the curse of the spine spear I have. She does not know her ill-shapen sun is setting fast. Color the dusk red, O sword of youth. Bloody the day with the bramble sap that runs through the veins of Victoria. Bring me the amulet that clings to her flesh. Yes.
O, Victoria. Będziemy orczycę Wiktorii szukać.
She is the one whose heart must be held in hand. The heart around which the fingers of that hand must clench and tighten until its choking flesh bulges with blood. The orcs of Gazuldagar, they knew my name. Oh yes, by the bite of the roving rattler, they knew my design. And so they sought to... Her name is that of a woman, her employment that of a civilized being. But by the fork of Barbara Man-Eater, she is nothing but an orc, a cyst of nature, one of a misbeat Victoria, librarian, daughter, adopted child of Cecil, Mayor of Sicile. There is bloodlust in you. I can feel it. Let it out. Set it free. Undo the last of the Kazoldagar. By the breasts of Sisha...
That was quite the radical change we witnessed. I never would have thought that the benign old man we met outside would turn out to be a vengeance-driven aficionado of assassins.
He is as much a savage as those orcs. And how is Victoria guilty of her tribe's crime, if she was but a babe at the time?
Indeed. Victoria probably doesn't even know about her past. And yet...
No właśnie, to jest jakiś kurwa pojeb. O ty pierdolec.
Soon the last will be beaten. Beaten like the anvil of Grog, the torturer. All hail Grog! All hail his hot-steeled instruments.
Maybe the lock can be jimmied.
Aha, a on cały czas jęczał, tak?
Another one for the collection.
O Surma, soul shredder, the end is nigh. Death comes a creeping for you, Victoria!
Dalej tam pierdoli. Nie wiem, po co ja te poduszki biorę. Jedne się i prześpię. Chodź, czekaj.
To Wolgraf. He awaits your queries.
Of the million bleeder,
Idź stąd, gościu.
end it all in blood!
No, akurat tak wszystko zajebałem, co miałem zajebać. Dobra. Muszę pójść do tego kapitana straży, żeby wejść do tego pomieszczenia, gdzie zajebali Jake'a, inaczej się tam nie dostanę. Ale ja tych śmieci mam, trzeba to sprzedawać w pizdu.
Oh, come, darling, don't dither. You must speak with Mendius and join the Fabulous Five immediately. I so long for us to realize our true potential, side by side, spirit by spirit, heart by heart.
Też poduszki chuja ważą, bo to są jakieś rzeczy do craftu. O. Co jakiś czas im się towarki zmieniają. Handel wymienny. Idę popatrzeć, może znowu jakieś pierścienie się pojawią z otwieraniem zamków. Mi pasuje jeszcze jeden punkt do otwierania zamków. A ten to jest chyba jakaś gildia złodziei, coś mi się tak wydaje. A najpierw całe miasto obejdę i na końcu dopiero z nim zagadam jak coś.
Well, what sort of arrows do you want? Freezing? Silver? Poison? Get to the point.
Inicjatywa.
Join the Spud Club if you got an eye for
To inicjatywa.
Fresh haddock. Perfect for a fry-up.
Nie, dawaj to.
Heavenly herring. Delicious dogfish. Yours for a scrap of gold each.
Aaron has as many friends as the man with many cheeses.
Te butelki tak dużo ważą
Quite
chyba.
down the market, it seems.
Pusty kubek.
Aaron has as many friends as the man with many cheeses. Not in the mood for cheese. That excuse is more holes than a slice of this fine almond bread.
Get it while it's fresh. This batch is only hours from the sea.
Not in the mood for cheese. That excuse is more holes than a slice of this fine almond bread.
Chociaż rzeczy do craftingu ja mogłem komuś innemu na przykład dać. Ale przekładać to wszystko nie chce mi się.
That excuse is more holes than a slice of this fine almond bread.
I tak na razie craftingiem się nie zajmuję.
Wing of worm. Brew and spice 'em. Stir and churn.
Zostawię z jedną.
Get it while it's fresh. This batch is only hours from the sea.
Aaron has as many friends as the man with many cheeses.
Let us see if you can choose the finest greens.
Not in the mood for cheese. That excuse is more holes than a slice of this fine almond bread.
Quiet day on the market, it seems.
Toe of snake. Wing of worm. Brew and spice 'em. Stir and churn.
Dobra, co mi się tu pozmieniało? A to chyba nic ciekawego nie miało.
Sauce hunters, eh? All right, proper. We're finally getting a hand. If you've got a favourite...
Got an eye for farm potatoes? Ah, gracious patron, I see your tired eyes looking a bit teary. I've just the potion for that. Or would you prefer a toasty fire spell to dry those vapours?
Aaron has as many friends as the man with many cheeses.
Esmeralda. Słuchawki Legionu. Tam muszę pójść. Tu jest ta gospoda. Tutaj co mamy naprzeciwko? No to chyba nie wejdę na razie.
Welcome to the town hall of Sicil. Mayor Cecil is waiting for you inside.
Ratusz.
Well, Mayor Cecil will be happy to see the likes of a source hunter. Welcome to the town hall of Sicil.
Elemental will inject some vim into your routine.
Not in the mood for cheese. That excuse is more home than a slice of this fine Corbett's.
Potions to bemuscle you, scrolls to entussle you.
W ratuszu będzie co zajebać na pewno. Pewnie. No dobra. Nie zdążę. Jeszcze klucz jest. Do kwater mieszkalnych Cecila. Dobra. Tu jest ta piramida teleportacyjna, tylko z tą muszę mieć wyższą perswazję albo coś. Też mógłbym to inaczej jeszcze też zrobić. Chyba. Poziom zamka 99, czyli nie. Jednak nie da się w ten sposób tam dostać. Trzeba przez tą piramidkę. To muszę mieć wyższą perswazję, żeby wygrać z nią w te kamień nożyce. Chyba że ten klucz to otwiera. Ten drugi, bo nie sprawdziłem. Ciekawe co otwiera stary klucz. Dobra, idź tam jeszcze raz. Bo on tą skrzynię otwierał tutaj. Albo otwiera te drzwi. Nie, tych nie otwiera na pewno. Tu jest Wiktoria.
Demonology for dumbbells. I need something more
Tutaj jest sporo.
The Pseudomonarchia Daemonum. And the first edition too.
Where's the
Most
third
promising.
one gone? Shatsu. Sometimes I think these books sprout little legs in the night.
Dobra, najpierw pogadam z Cecilem. No to tego nie zabrałem? A ten kot co ma do powiedzenia?
Oh, golly gosh! One who flaunts the highways and byways of silly old Sicile with the easy elegance of a puss with her tail in the air. But where are my manners? I am Maxine, and you must be one of those hunters one hears so much about. Charmed, I'm sure.
Aha, bo to tamten kot się w niej kocha, ten drugi, skarczmy. Wezmę sobie questa zrobię, znaczy questa, save'a. Może można ich jakoś spiknąć ze sobą.
Oh, you haven't left town yet, have you? Brr, I'm the mayor's cat, don't you know? Born and raised on velvets and viands of most exquisite varieties. Maxine rhymes with queen, after all, and dearest. That is hardly a coincidence. But of course, darling. Oh, this quaint little town is a tad too parochial for one of my more urbane tastes. But one has to make do, hasn't one? The fresh sea air does go to great lengths to invigorate one's spirit, that much I'll admit. And it is rather jolly to watch the ships sail in laden. Heavens forbid! No, fear is rather too strong a term there, hunter dearest. The predator's instinct is a trait we share, you and I. And though those Oh, he's a darling old Tom, isn't he? Paws over tails in love with me, and who can blame him? The feeling's, well, at the risk of sounding as shallow as a spaniel, I can't but admit my love does not come unconditionally. What if we were to have kittens, he and I? They'd jolly well starve, wouldn't they? With an alley cat for a papa. Oh, dear Sam, he's such a good old bean. But he does rather reside at the bottom of the scratching pole, doesn't he? And
Idę do Sama.
What's with you, bipeds and So there's the rub. I am but a stray, and she is the mayor's cat. Oh, I do understand her, I do. She would that I still had my collar. Such a marvel it was, as bejeweled as the night sky with precious stones, said to have once been worn by, like the king of all cats I looked when I wore it. A gift bestowed upon me by a princess whom I had kept company during a long and perilous voyage. A precious band of gemstones, lost as I was tossed around among the waves it remains, I imagine. Worn perhaps by a crab who fancies himself a Caesar with it. If only I could be the Caesar again, and
I pewnie gdzieś będzie można odnaleźć tą jego obrożę.
Control vibrations, I'm sure. Don't be seduced, comrades.
Dobra, pogadamy z tym Cecilem, idę na górę.
Oh, you haven't left town yet. Oh, at the risk of sounding as shallow. Oh,
To
dear
już
Sam.
było.
A sauce hunter! Oh, what a sight for sore Sicilian eyes! Me? I live alone here in town. Used to be that my younger brother Tom and I were practically... Oh, he's always been something of a rascal, calling his petty hooliganism adventuring and endlessly worrying my poor mind. But for my part, I encouraged him to join the Legion. Even got him sparring with Captain Orius now and then. That band of... I don't even know what to call them. Well, they're his heroes, and I simply couldn't prevent him from going to see them. That one
What? Oh, it's you. Come closer then. Closer? My ears aren't what they used to be. Nor my eyes. My elf? What elf? Oh, myself. I am Cecil, Mayor of Sicil, and husband of the stately Cecilia. I've been the mayor here for decades, and I'm... Oh, what? Oh, you mean Sicil? Very difficult times indeed. As though the death of Jake, and by source magic no less, weren't enough. The undead have overrun all but one northern trade route, while the orcs are making a habit of savaging our beaches. That's not to mention that at the top of this whole caboodle, there's rumors of some new religious sect or cult or some such sticking its tendrils into the... And, while we're on the subject of troubles, I myself have a private matter I'd like to bring to your attention. It involves a magic relic I rather foolishly sought. Jake, murdered? Oh, yes. Yes, now I recall. Indeed. I could hardly believe it myself. The Council and I have certainly had our difference. Most of the townsfolk are certain Jake's wife Esmeralda is responsible. In fact, the Legion have taken her into protective custody to keep her safe from the mob. As you can imagine, I've known Esmeralda for years. That business between her and the Duke of Ferrol was always a bit suggestive. But I've never an all-right bloke, apart from all this Esmeralda nonsense. The whole town knows the only goal of his business trips to Sicil is to spend a night or two at the King Crab Inn with... What? The undead? Yes, for the past 2 years those blasted skeletons have all but suffocated this city. With all but... What of what now? Oh, you're speaking gibberish. Ah, you mean the staff of Pergamon. Yes, yes. I was expecting a shipment of weapons, and among the cargo was this very powerful, very rare staff. I managed to... Cecil proved an old fool, though. For the merchant slated to deliver it to me has just informed me that the damn thing has gone missing. His name is Conrad, captain of the Tide Splitter, a merchant ship still docked at the Sicil harbor. You can talk to him if you think it'd help, but I'd quite like to avoid getting... The staff itself contains a shard of an ore, highly valued for its use in the weapons of war. I know use of the material to be forbidden. Well, I do believe that's something your parents ought to have discussed with you long ago, Source Hunter. You see, when a lady and a fellow find each other rather nice, well, oh, this is nonsense. I'm the mayor for the 7th sake. I can't be bothered to chat all day about the birds and the bees when Sicil's on... That depends. What kind of berries are you interested in, exactly? The library. Yes, you must have a visit. It's the gem of Sicil. Would you like to have a look? I'll escort you upstairs myself. Marvelous. Follow me, then.
I knew that dark-dealing old man dabbled in source. To the gallows, I say.
Wolgraff throws Medora.
What? Oh, yes. This library is the jewel in Sicil's crown. My Victoria has every volume you could possibly imagine, and she's got every speck of information about this place. Yes, Victoria's come a long way from that little bundle of claws and teeth I adopted so long ago. It brings a tear. What? Oh, yes. I'll be on my way back downstairs now. Please introduce yourself. What? Oh, it's you! What news? Maxine? What in heaven's name are you? Oh, you mean that I spent months trying to teach that worthless hound how to fetch, and it sat through every lesson looking... I've always been more fond...
Tu jest jeszcze wejście. Czyli ciekawe, co tam ten klucz otwiera.
Look out there, Hunter. Evil lurks beyond Sicil's ramparts.
Ciekawe jestem, jak się do tej skrzyni też dostać. Nie wiem na razie.
No, he did. He drove it straight to the pub and back.
Z Konradem miałem pogadać, tak?
Is that why we never sailed to Yuthul anymore?
Yes, sir. As fine a specimen as one of her stocks.
Ahoy, sailor! Are you enjoying the fresh winds of Sicil?
Ever hear about the time the captain took the Duchess of Fennel's carriage for a joyride?
Ha! No, he didn't. He drove it straight to the pub and back.
Oh, and don't forget the time he got caught passing a love note to the
O,
Lizard
spostrzegawczość telekineza, to mógłbym dać tamtemu.
We never sail to Ythel anymore.
Speaking of youthful gore, that loopy legionnaire really thinks that orchid charm loves him.
I wouldn't let it all within 500 yards of my loving nature.
Ever hear about the time the captain took the Duchess of Fennel's carriage for a joyride?
Ha! No, he didn't. He drove it straight to the pub and back.
Oh, and don't forget the time he
Sailor,
got
what
caught
news from the
passing a
Nie ma
love note
dobra.
to the Lizard Oh, Councillor's nothing new, wife. sir. Zombies,
Is that why we never sailed to
skeletons, you
Ythel
know the
Gore
story.
anymore?
Speaking of youthful gore, that loopy legionnaire really thinks that orchid charm loves him.
I wouldn't let it all within 500 yards of my loving nature.
Ever hear about the time the captain took the Duchess of Fennel's carriage for a joyride?
Is that Bertie still right?
No, he didn't. He drove it
Yes,
straight to the pub
sir.
and back.
As fine a specimen as one of her stock, sir. Oh, and don't forget the time he got caught passing a love note to the Lizard Councillor's wife.
Is that why we never sail to Ythel anymore?
Speaking of youthful gore, that loopy legionnaire really thinks that orchid charm loves him.
I wouldn't let it all within 500 yards of my loving nature.
Ever hear about the time the captain took the Duchess of Fennel's carriage for a joyride?
Ha! No, he didn't. He drove it straight to the pub and back.
Ahoy, sailor! Aye, that Cecil's worse than a rooster. Crowing all around town about matters he ought to know are better kept quiet. Well, if you know about them. For my part, I haven't a clue where it could have gone. Overboard, stolen, or vanished into thin air. Though I'm quite... Wouldn't hurt to ask some of my men. I tried myself, but sailors tend to be a bit tight-lipped when they're afraid of getting one another in some trouble. Seaman!
Sauce? Here. Was too busy dodging fireballs to notice anything myself. But ask around a bit. Could be one of the other men spied something I didn't.
Anymore.
Speaking of youthful gore, that loopy legionnaire is...
Sauce? Here in Sicil? Dow. Of all that cursed hunks of... Now that you mention it, I noticed Dietmar, a fellow merchant travelling with us, carrying a sealed box off the ship during their tag. At the time, I figured he was just escaping with his personal effects. But it could well have been that staff you're talking about. Well, sure, I saw him slip off the ship, but I haven't a clue where it could possibly be now. Captain Conrad's the man to ask for such matters.
Speaking of youthful
Heard anything about the whereabouts of the magic stick, what? That weasel has it for sure. But I'll tell you this. I didn't speak of that stuff to a soul on board. If he's the one who took it, I'm sure he'll make a run for it, probably by boat. I'd look for him on an out-of-sight beach somewhere. He's probably there now trying to launch a vessel in private, if he hasn't already escaped.
Na odległych plażach to można by było gdzieś tutaj może poszukać. Żeby się tam przejść.
Well, what does it matter? Day labour's more suited to my nature anyhow.
Yes.
Unbelievable! You watched your brethren be slaughtered by the friend of your house.
Albo będzie gdzieś z drugiej strony, tam gdzie ci orkowie może. Nie, to tego nie będzie. Gdzie był ten teleport?
Fortune? Ha! He should be so lucky as to be defeated by Alan.
Oh, come, darling, don't dither. You must speak with Mendius and join the Fabulous Five immediately. I so long for us to realize our true potential, side by side, spirit by spirit, heart by heart.
Się też może przydać. Mam w butach kieszonkostwo, to bym miał w tym jeszcze. Miałem posprzedawać, tak? I to inicjatywa. Potrzeba mi tego wszystkiego, kuźwa, bo to wszystko waży.
Tell me, Alistair, have you ever
To
had
mogłem
the
jeszcze
fortune of
śmierdzące buty
challenging
mogłem
the
sprzedać.
fabled Wizard of Hunter's Edge?
Fortune? Ha! He should be so lucky as to be defeated by Alistair the
A
Great.
tu jeszcze mam rzeczy do
They
sprzedania.
say he's privy to ancient and arcane secrets, the likes of which I doubt you could even fathom, old friend. Come now, Alistair. Surely you've met your match once or twice.
Ha! The closest I've come to my match is when I linger over long while lighting my pipe.
Oh, careful now. Your head's grown more swollen than Saffron's, I dare say.
Siemka, Paweł, witam.
Well, what sort of arrows do you want? Freezing? Silver? Poison? Get to the point.
Heavenly herring, delicious dogfish, yours for a scrap of gold each.
Any takers? Come on, you chickens!
Quiet day on the market, it seems.
Pay the big cheese on your block with a wheel of the good stuff.
Quiet day on the market, it seems.
Toe of snake, ring of worm, brew and spice 'em, stir and churn.
Quiet day on the market, it seems.
Join the Spud Club if you've got an eye for farm potatoes.
Quiet day on the market, it seems.
Watch the undead quiver in their mouldy boots.
Heavenly herring, delicious dogfish, yours for a scrap of gold each.
Pay the big cheese on your block with a wheel of the good stuff.
Chociaż nie, bo to one dają dużo pornowy do brony. Niech tutaj leżą u niej. Jakieś wytwarzanie czy coś. Dobra.
Quiet day on the market, it seems. Quiet day on the market, it seems.
Any takers? Come on, you chickens!
Ah, gracious patron, I see your tired eyes looking a bit teary. I've just the potion for that. Or
Kurde, to
would
cały
you
czas jakaś
prefer a
chujnia.
toasty fire spell to dry those
Jezu.
vapors?
Not in the mood for cheese. No excuses, boy.
How lovely to see you again, haver of the beautifully shaped shoulders.
Not in the mood for cheese. No excuses, more home than the size of this fine Norman land.
Red
flesh is more holes than a slice of this fine gourmand there.
To bemuscle you, scrolls to entussle you.
Dobra, tu jest sporo do zajebania też.
The lesser key of Sadakandras. What nonsense. The Encyclopedia Demonium. I know it by heart.
Third one gone. Shamsu. Sometimes I think these books sprout little legs in the night.
Demonology for dumbbells. Ugh. I need something more advanced. The Encyclopedia Demonium. I know it by heart.
Volume 1, Volume 2. Where's the third one gone? Shamsu. Sometimes I think these books sprout little legs in the night.
No, this isn't the grimoire I'm looking for. Is there no new book to be discovered in this library?
Who placed this book here?
The lesser key of Sadakandras. What nonsense.
Mayhem.
The Pseudomonarchia Daemonum. And the first edition too. Most promising.
The knight in see-through armor. Princess Buttercup with the blushing bottom.
The lesser key of Sadakandras. What nonsense. Is there no new book to be discovered in this library? Demonology for dumbbells. Ugh. Something more
A
advanced.
brief history of sorcery still hasn't been returned.
Encyclopedia
Teleron will have to pay
Demonium.
yet another
I
fine.
know it by heart. No, this isn't the grimoire I'm looking for. The Encyclopedia Demonium.
A brief
I know
history of
it by
sorcery
heart.
still hasn't been returned. Teleron will have to pay yet another fine.
Demonology for dumbbells. Ugh. I need something more advanced. The Pseudomonarchia Daemonum. And the first edition too. Most
A
promising.
brief history of sorcery still hasn't been returned. Teleron will have to pay yet another fine.
No, this isn't the grimoire I'm looking for.
A volume of
Is there no new book to be discovered in this library?
mayhem. Who placed this book here? A volume of
No,
poetry and
this isn't the
novels?
grimoire I'm looking for.
Mayhem.
The Encyclopedia Demonium. I know it by heart.
Who placed this book here? A volume of poetry among novels? Urak! What mayhem.
The lesser key of Sadakandras. What nonsense. Is there no new book to be
Who placed this
discovered in
book
this
here?
library?
A volume of poetry among novels? Urak! What mayhem.
No, this isn't the grimoire I'm looking for. The Pseudomonarchia Daemonum. And the first edition too. Most promising.
Volume 1, Volume 2. But where's the third one gone? Shamsu. Sometimes I think these books sprout little legs in the night.
The lesser key of Sadakandras. What nonsense. Is there no new book to be discovered in this library?
Volume 1, Volume 2. But where's the third one gone? Shamsu. Sometimes I think these books sprout little legs in the night.
The The lesser key of Sadakandras. Ugh, what nonsense. The Pseudomonarchia Daemonum, and the first edition.
Kaj'Dinor. A brief history of sorcery still hasn't been returned. Teleron will have to pay yet another fine.
Ugh, I need something more advanced. The Pseudomonarchia Daemonum, and the first edition too. Most promising.
Who placed this book here? A volume of poetry among
Demonology
novels?
for dumbbells. Ugh,
Mayhem.
I need something more advanced. Is there no new book to be discovered in this library?
Who placed this book here? A volume of poetry among novels?
Something more
Urak.
advanced.
What
Is there
mayhem.
no new book to be discovered in this library? The lesser key of Sadakandras. Ugh, what
Who
nonsense.
placed this book here? A volume of
The
poetry
Encyclopedia
among novels?
Daemonium.
Urak.
I know it by heart. No, this isn't the grimoire I'm looking for.
Co to było?
The Encyclopedia Daemonium.
Volume 1.
I know it
To
by
jest to samo
heart.
co u tego.
Where's the third one gone?
Tam na dole.
So, sometimes I think these books sprout little legs in the night.
Demonology for dumbbells. Ugh. I need something more advanced. The Pseudomonarchia Daemonum. And the first edition too. Most promising.
Volume 1, Volume 2. But where's the third one gone? Shatsu. Sometimes I think these books sprout little legs in the night.
No, this isn't the grimoire I'm looking for. Is there no new book to be discovered in this library?
Kaj'Dinor.
Demonology for
A brief history of
dumbbells.
sorcery
Ugh.
still hasn't been returned.
Need something more
Teleron will have to pay
advanced.
yet another
The
fine.
Pseudomonarchia Daemonum. And the first edition too. Most promising. The lesser key of
Place
Sadakandras.
this book here.
What
A
nonsense.
volume of poetry among novels?
The Encyclopedia Daemonium.
Mayhem.
I know it by heart.
Volume 1, Volume 2. But where's the third one gone? Shatsu.
No, this isn't
Sometimes
the
I think these
grimoire
books sprout
I'm
little
looking
legs
for.
in the night.
The Pseudomonarchia Daemonum. And the first edition too. Most promising.
Kaj'Dinor. A brief history of sorcery still hasn't been returned. Teleron will have to pay yet another fine.
No, this isn't the grimoire I'm looking for. The Encyclopedia Daemonium. I know it by heart.
Kaj'Dinor. A brief history of sorcery still hasn't been returned. Teleron will have to pay yet another
Demonology for
fine.
dumbbells. Ugh. I need something more advanced. Is there no new book to be discovered in this library?
The knight in see-through armor. Princess Buttercup with the
Demonology
flashing
for
pot.
dumbbells. Ugh. I need
Esmeralda
something
does
more
have a
advanced.
propensity for all
Is
things
there no
naughty,
new
hasn't
book
she?
to be discovered in this library? Demonology for dumbbells. Ugh. I need something
The
more
knight in
advanced.
see-through armor.
The
Princess
Pseudomonarchia
Buttercup with the
Daemonum.
blushing
And the
bottom.
first edition too. Most promising.
Esmeralda does have a propensity for all things naughty, hasn't she?
No, this isn't the grimoire I'm looking for. Is there no new book to be discovered in this library?
The knight in see-through armor. Princess Buttercup with the blushing bottom. Esmeralda does have a
Demonology
propensity for all things
dumbbells.
naughty,
Ugh.
hasn't she?
I need something more advanced. The Encyclopedia Daemonium. I know it by heart.
The knight in
The
see-through
lesser
armor.
key of
Princess Buttercup
Sadakandras.
with the blushing
What
bottom.
nonsense. The
Esmeralda
Encyclopedia
does have a
Daemonium.
propensity for all
I
things
know it
naughty,
by heart.
hasn't she?
The lesser key of Sadakandras. What nonsense. Is there no new book to be discovered in this
Casual.
library?
The brief history of sorcery still hasn't been returned. Teleron will have to pay yet another fine.
No, this isn't the grimoire I'm looking for.
See-through armor.
The Pseudomonarchia
Princess Buttercup
Daemonum.
with the blushing
And the first edition too. Most promising.
Esmeralda does have a propensity for all things naughty, hasn't she?
Demonology for dumbbells. Ugh. I
Princess
need
Buttercup
something
with
more
the blushing
advanced.
bottom.
The Pseudomonarchia Daemonum.
Esmeralda
And the
does have a
first edition
propensity
too.
A tu jeszcze coś jest.
Most promising.
hasn't she?
Nie, tu nie ma nic.
The lesser key of Sadakandras. What
Teleron will
nonsense.
have to pay yet
The
another fine.
Pseudomonarchia Daemonum. And the first edition too. Most promising. Omnes autem mali daemones quam.
Still hasn't been returned.
What?
Teleron will
What is this? Who are you to interrupt my musings? By Naga the Protector, they... Oh, but perhaps I spoke too soon. Perhaps I was mistaken. For you hardly resemble the local fisher folk, which, incidentally, is a compliment. No. A source hunter. That is what you are. Yes, a stalker of sorcery. A chaser of charms pernicious. In truth, I cannot go so far. I would tell you my reasons, but it seems rather pointless to do so, seeing that quite clearly there is no room left in your band of adventurers for an additional champion. A pity, really.
does have a propensity for all
The
things
lesser
naughty,
key of
hasn't she?
Sadakandras. What the source hunter? I would tell you my reasons, but it seems rather pointless to do so, seeing that quite clearly there is no room left in your band of adventurers.
Who placed this book here? A
Demonology
volume of
for
poetry among
dumbbells.
novels?
Ugh.
Urak!
Need something
Mayhem.
more advanced. The Pseudomonarchia Daemonum.
In the name of Amun-Hur, I bid thee Tujda Getahal, be welcome, human. My library is yours, as I hope your friendship is mine.
The lesser key of Sadakandras. What nonsense. The Encyclopedia Daemonium. I know it by heart. The lesser key of Sadakandras. What nonsense. The Pseudomonarchia Daemonum. And the first edition too. Most promising. The lesser key of Sadakandras. Ugh, what nonsense. The Pseudomonarchia Daemonum. And the first edition too. Most promising. The lesser key of Sadakandras. Ugh, what nonsense. Is there no new book to be discovered in this library? The lesser key of Sadakandras. Ugh, what nonsense. Is there no new book to be discovered in this library? Sadakandras. Ugh, what nonsense. The Pseudomonarchia Daemonum. And the first edition too. Most promising. Demonology for dumbbells. Ugh. I need something more advanced. The Encyclopedia Daemonium. I know it by heart.
Kajdanor. A brief history of sorcery still hasn't been returned. Teleron will have to pay yet another fine.
Demonology for dumbbells. Ugh. I need something more advanced. The Encyclopedia Daemonium. I know it by heart.
To ta ruda żelaza taka ciężka.
Brief history of sorcery still hasn't been returned. Teleron will have to pay yet another fine.
The Pseudomonarchia Daemonum. And the first edition too. Most promising.
Who placed this book here? A volume of poetry among novels? Urak! What mayhem.
No, this isn't the grimoire I'm looking for. Is there no new book to be discovered in this library?
Turjageta, friend. I am Victoria, daughter of Mayor Cecil. Oh, I know what you're thinking. The likeness isn't exactly striking, is it? When I was very young, you see, I must have been cast out by my tribe, for I was found in a wicker basket floating past Sicile toward the sea. The fisherman who found me would have drowned me on the spot, for I am an orc after all. But praise be Amon Hor, dear Cecil was among the gathered crowd, and he raised me like I was his own. This kindest of souls taught me the language of men, their customs and their letters. Thus, I became, indeed you may. The wisdom I here hoard is yours to peruse and even take with you. All I can ask is that you return the books you borrow, so that others may enjoy them too. Kiralizor! Oh, do pardon my language, my friend. But that is quite the startling revelation. So much sadness, so much anguish. Eglandir's tale is heartrending, though it seems that in the... Does he not see that I am now the one who is to be wronged? Why, oh why must he make me, of all gentle-minded and life-loving creatures, why must he make me the target of his So, let us approach the situation with reason and ask ourselves, where do we go from here? Though, first let me say this. Hashizm bil kushum zunum. From my heart, I thank you for warning me. I thank you and I trust you. So pray, let me pose the question. What do you advise we should do? Leg Fizoda! Yes, a capital notion. Let him be brought before the law for his schemes. I am an innocent, and Eglandir would see me dead. It would probably be better if you rather than I informed Captain Aureus, though. He bears little goodwill toward me ever since my more savage brethren. Yes? Have you decided what should be done about him?
Edition 2. Most...
What? Oh, it's you! What news? Someone wants to see Victoria dead? That hear you me. You must stop that dog by any means necessary. As mayor of Sicil, you have my permission to take drastic measures.
Nie będzie konieczne. Aha, miałem coś sprawdzić właśnie. To strasznie dużo waży ta ruda żelaza. Gdzie to było? Oni niech se idą, a ja skoczę do WC-ta, zaraz wracam. Dotarli. Dobra. Zobaczmy, czy ja to mogę w ogóle jakoś przetopić, czy coś. Gdzie te składniki są? Woda srebra. Mogę coś z tym zrobić? Zdolność kowalstwo. O kurwa. Ktoś tu ma jakieś kowalstwo? Jak ja nie idę w kowalstwo, to po co ja to będę trzymał? Tak się zastanawiam też, Czy jakbym jeszcze jakąś skrzynię z jedną taką zrobił? Chyba, że to można do plecaka wsadzić. Ciekawe, jak ja bym to... Ale później znowu to wyciągać. Dobra, jak będzie mi brakowało miejsca, to wtedy będę coś kombinował. Koło do ostrzenia. Pasuje zbierać takie kowalstwo, wytwarzanie, taki ekwipunek pasuje zbierać. No to się też przyda.
Well, what sort of arrows do you want? Freezing? Silver? Poison? Get to the point.
Wytwarzanie. Ale to na razie drogie. Pewnie nie jest to bardziej kowalstwo, jakby było. Co ja mam tu do sprzedania?
Let's see. Halibut, sheep's cheese, tomatoes. Let's see. Halibut, sheep's cheese, tomatoes.
Fresh haddock, perfect for a fry-up.
Any takers? Come on, you chickens!
Lay the big cheese on your block with a wheel of the good stuff. Fresh haddock, perfect for a fry-up.
W sumie niech ten trzyma takie rzeczy. Zastanawia mnie ten klucz, stary klucz. Ciekawe, co on otwiera faktycznie.
I've come to my matches when I linger over long while lighting my...
Oh, come, darling, don't dither. You must speak with Mendius and join the Fabulous Five immediately. I so long for us to realize our true potential, side by side, spirit by spirit, heart by heart.
O, perswazja, też takie rzeczy. Też mi będą potrzebne. Charyzma, perswazja. To się nie trafiają.
Oh no, noble friend. Your upper chakras are in desperate need of a good scrubbing. Fortunately for you, my homebrewed tinctures will do the job. Or if you're in the mood for something a bit more electrifying, one of my inner scrolls might give your system just the shock it needs.
Rękawice mam. Jakby w czymś innym było.
Builders, showmen, show all of the Sicil what you're made
throws
of.
it at Medora, who dodges the flash out with a terrified scream. He is beside himself with mirth until she returns the favour with a vigorous kick of her boot to his hindquarters.
Come on, come on, can't you? What is it this time? Ready for your trial by fire, you mean? There's no more... Not planning on playing to an empty audience, are you? Wait until I've gathered some victims to witness the spectacle, and then...
You hear distant mutterings of curiosity as a small crowd shuffles toward your stage. A few moments longer, and everyone will be seated. Now, let's not be hasty. They may be dragging their feet, but your show is sure to knock the crowd's socks off. As soon as they settle into their seats, that is. The stage is yours.
If I wanted to wait around doing nothing, I'd get a job at court.
Oh, come on. We haven't got all day.
When did you say this was supposed to start again?
The crowd is completely appalled by your retelling.
Come on! Come on! Can't you? What is it? Ready for your trial, but not planning...
You hear distant now. Let's not be hasty. They may be dragging their feet, but your show is sure to knock the crowd's socks off. As soon as they settle into their seats, that is. The stage is yours.
Good shot!
The crowd seems to know the tale. They wholly approve of your beginning.
Boo!
The audience seems perplexed by your retelling. Perplexed and enraged.
Boo! Oh, I hope there's an encore!
The crowd seem quite impressed with your delivery. Keep it up. The stage is yours. The crowd seems to know the tale. They wholly approve of your beginning.
Good shot!
The crowd is thrilled. Whatever will happen next is sure to excite them.
Good show!
The crowd seem quite impressed with your delivery. Keep it up.
Simply marvelous!
Oh, I hope there's an encore.
Simply marvelous!
The crowd gasps. They're on the edge of their seats. Go on. Push them over. Gasps ring out across the audience. They must know how it ends. They simply must. The crowd explodes into applause and appreciation. You've woven them a tale of destiny.
That was really something else. I'll never forget it.
I haven't seen a show like
You look
that
like
in
an actor
years.
just
I'm
waiting
all
for his
quiver.
big debut. What is it this time? Bravo! Bravo! Well, I'm certainly not afraid of admitting when I'm wrong. That was, well, nearly enjoyable. I suppose you earned yourself a little sub...
Yes, I'm all a quiver.
Took my breath away, it did.
Took my breath away, it did.
You there! You look like an actor just waiting for his big debut.
A, kurde, nie tak chciałem.
The best in
like an actor just waiting for his big debut. Wow.
This is the finest show in the land.
You there? You look like an actor just waiting for his big debut. What is it? Now, let's not make a scene. I already told you you were... Oh, I should have... No. Katerina, tell me when you're ready to begin, and I'll show you to your places.
The best! Oh, right.
Legion's greetings. I have been informed about your heroics on the beach. Were that I had been there to partake in the battle. But my duties lie here, sworn as I am to protect Lady Esmeralda from the rabble that would enforce summary justice on her. I am Septimus, 7th son in a household of 9, legionnaires all. Me and 2 brothers of mine were assigned to Sicile from day 1. So fair a lady I have seldom seen in all of Rivellon, my friend. And I have traveled more extensively than migratory birds do. She stands accused of murder. Steadfast will I guard her. Never will I waver unless absolute proof of Jake's murder is, in a word, a tragedy. He was well loved in all of Sicile. The Council of 7 couldn't have wished for a better ambassador. And what questions are those? We've been stationed here the better part of 2 years now, alternating between twiddling our thumbs and springing into panicked battle against the orcs. Hard to admit, but without Ahu, I remember waking up with a head full of hammers 2 years ago. The drill sergeant barking away, "Up you get, lads, we sail for Sicile. Them's in need of the Legion over there."
So tell me, Septimus, would your wife or sweetheart be compensated by the Legion should tragedy befall you on the battlefield?
I suppose so, milady. But seeing that I'm neither
Lords above, grant me patience. You're a source hunter, aren't you? Here because you think I killed my husband. How many times do I need to state and restate my complete innocence in the matter? I am Esmeralda, wife of Jake, and now, alas, his widow. Poor man. We were both so young when we married. Like I told just about every legionnaire in town, I don't know anything about poor Jake's murder. I want his killer found. So what happened? Some of them tittle-tattling crab chasers down the pub. Starstone? I've never heard of such a thing. Dear Jake, Adam, do you mean to imply he collected something dangerous? Something that may have gotten him into trouble? Well, what do you want to know? Sicile. Now that's a sad story. Roofs of elegant homes burned for fuel, oaken cupboards emptied, and I've heard that once they're animated, the undead feel all the rage and violence their living counterparts felt during life. Can you...
Adamant about her innocence.
We'll need to look for evidence if we want to prove she actually did the evil deed.
So tell me, Septimus, would your wife or sweetheart be compensated by the Legion should tragedy befall you on the battlefield?
I suppose so. But seeing that I'm neither married, engaged, or attached in any way, I've never bothered to inquire.
Polite, handsome, and single. Don't go anywhere tonight, Legionnaire. I'd be afraid alone in the dark. Officer you are, kind Septimus. You must have fought many a battle, am I right? In fact, I bet you're a real war hero.
Oh, I'm no hero, as well honest. I'm just doing my duty for the Legion.
Well, you certainly are my hero. The rock upon which I may rest my weary soul in these trying and troubled times.
Never fear, my lady. As long as I'm around, no hair on your haloed head shall be harmed.
Assure me, dear Septimus, that you haven't been fighting those awful orcs. I can't bear to imagine something would happen to you.
Oh, but don't you worry, milady. We Legionnaires are highly trained soldiers who fear neither orc nor demon.
Oh, but what if you were to be ambushed? Caught unawares? Oh, catch me, for I might faint. He returns! I hope you are here to shop rather than sleuth. So tell me, Septimus, would your wife or sweetheart be compensated by the Legion should tragedy befall you on the battlefield?
I suppose so, milady. But seeing that I'm neither married, engaged, or attached in any way, I've never bothered to inquire.
Polite, handsome, and single. Don't go anywhere tonight, Legionnaire. I'd be afraid alone in the dark. My, what a strong and handsome officer you are, kind Septimus. You must have fought many a battle, am I right? In fact, I bet you're a real war hero. The hunter returns! I hope you are here to shop rather than sleuth. Officer you are, kind Septimus. You must have fought many a battle, am I right? In fact, I bet you're a real war hero.
Oh, I'm no hero, Esmeralda Dennis. I'm just doing my duty. For the Legion.
Well, you certainly are my hero. The rock upon which I may rest my weary soul in these trying and troubled times.
Never fear, her lady. As long as I'm around.
so that's what that did.
into your routine. A real war hero.
Oh, I'm no hero, Esmeralda dearest. I'm just doing my duty for the Legion.
Well, you certainly are my hero. The rock upon which I may rest my weary soul in these trying and troubled times.
Never fear, milady. As long as I'm around, no hair on your haloed head shall be harmed.
A book about setting up the perfect crime.
Esmeralda has interesting taste in literature.
Assure me, dear Septimus, that you haven't been fighting those awful orcs. I can't bear to imagine something would happen to you.
Oh, but don't you worry, milady. We Legionnaires are highly trained soldiers who fear neither orc nor demon.
Oh, but what if you were to be ambushed, caught unawares? Oh, catch me, for I might faint. So tell me, Septimus, would your wife or sweetheart be compensated by the Legion should tragedy befall you on the battlefield?
I suppose so, milady. But seeing that I'm neither married, engaged, or attached in any way, I've never bothered to inquire.
Polite, handsome, and single. Don't go anywhere tonight, Legionnaire. I'd be afraid alone in the dark. My, what a strong and handsome officer you are, kind Septimus. You must have fought many a battle, am I right? In fact, I bet you're a real war hero.
Oh, I'm no hero, Esmeralda dearest. I'm just doing my duty, you know, for the Legion.
Well, you certainly are my hero. The rock upon which I may rest my weary soul in these trying and troubled times.
Never fear, milady. As long as I'm around, no hair on your haloed head shall be harmed.
Assure me, dear Septimus, that you haven't been fighting those awful orcs. I can't bear to imagine something would happen to you.
Oh, but don't you worry, milady. We Legionnaires are highly trained soldiers who fear neither orc nor demon.
Oh, but what if you were to be ambushed, caught unawares? Oh, catch me, for I might faint. So tell me, Septimus, would your wife or sweetheart be compensated by the Legion should tragedy befall you
A bloody
on the
dagger?
battlefield?
Could this have been involved in the crime?
I suppose so.
It certainly piques
But
one's
seeing that I'm
interest,
neither
doesn't
married,
it?
engaged, or attached in any way, I've never bothered to inquire.
Polite, handsome, and single. Don't go anywhere tonight, Legionnaire. I'd be afraid alone in the dark. The hunter returns! I hope you are here to shop rather than sleuth. Listen, if you're going to accuse me of something, you had better find the evidence to back up your... Oh, that horrid tome of ill repute. It isn't mine, it was Jake's. He was a politician, don't you see? Always on the lookout for plotting rivals. Always trying to be one step ahead. Really? Perhaps it is you who should explain your presence in my cellar. And the dagger? It's simply a butcher knife used by my late husband to cut meat. What'll you think of next? Accusing me of bashing him over the head with a frying pan? Starstone? Do you mean to imply he collected something dangerous? Something that may have gotten him into trouble? Oh, this is all too much. I feel like I'm drifting from nightmare into nightmare.
This is valuable.
Śmierdzące majtki. Ale 1 do charyzmy to daje, o. A, to ja tą zbierałem.
That's enough of that now. My, what a strong and handsome officer you are, kind Septimus. You must have fought many a battle, am I right? In fact, I bet you're a real war hero.
Oh, I'm no hero, Esmeralda, dearest. I'm just doing my duty, you know, for the Legion.
Well, you certainly are my hero. The rock upon which I may rest my weary soul in these trying and troubled times.
Never fear, my lady. As long as I'm around, no hair on your halo head will be harmed.
So many dead civilians. It's an honor to visit the
Wow, that dead sheep smells pretty great. I mean, if I ever find out Esmeralda, Jake has the best smell. I'd know it anywhere. I've heard people say that politicians stink. Give me a whiff, and I'll be able to tell you if it's a Jake kind of stink. No. Jake was awesome, and she didn't like Jake, so I'm pretty sure she's the worst thing that ever lived. Let me get a whiff. Oh, take this away. It smells like every rich man in town except Jake. No, there's...
Czyli to ani nie Cecil, ani nie Esmeralda. Póki co.
I smell... rotten lamb chops.
Śmierdzące buty, śmierdzące majtki.
Jake, where are you? Are you here, Jake? Jake?
Aaron has as many friends as the man with many cheeses.
A stitch in time, eh, my friends?
Oh, come, darling, don't dither. You must speak with Mendius and join the Fabulous Five immediately. I so long for us to realize our true potential, side by side, spirit by spirit,
Coś im się tu
heart by heart.
nie wymienia.
Oh, come, darling, don't dither. You must speak with Mendius and join the Fabulous Five immediately. I so long for us to realize our true potential, side by side, spirit by spirit, heart by heart. Tell me, Alistair, have you ever had the fortune of challenging the fabled wizard of Hunter's Edge?
Fortune? Ha! He should be so lucky as to be defeated by Alistair the Great.
They say he's privy to ancient and arcane secrets, the likes of which I doubt you could even fathom, old friend. Come now, Alistair. Surely you've met your match once or twice.
Ha! The closest I've come to my match is when I linger over long while lighting my pipe.
Oh, careful now. Your head's grown more swollen than Saffron's, I dare say. Oh, come, darling, don't dither. You must speak with Mendius and join the Fabulous Five immediately. I so long for us to realize our true potential, side by side, spirit by spirit, heart by heart.
Watch the undead quiver in their mouldy boots. Well, what sort of arrows do you want? Freezing? Silver? Poison? Get to the point.
Not in the mood for cheese. The excuse is more home than a slice of this fine Norman there.
Quiet day on the market, it seems.
O, charyzma.
Aaron has as many friends as the man with many cheeses.
Lord, son. Spiritless. Perhaps wrestling an herbal elemental will inject some vim into your routine. Get it while it's fresh. This batch is only hours from the sea. Potions to bemuscle you. Scrolls to entussle you.
Aaron has as many friends as the man with many cheeses.
Watch the undead quiver in their mouldy boots.
Not in the mood for cheese. The excuse is more home than a slice of this fine Norman there.
How lovely to see you again, haver of the beautifully shaped shoulders.
Spread knowledge.
Lay the big cheese on your front with a wheel of the good stuff.
Fresh haddock. Perfect for fire.
I'm straight. I'm true. Arrows by the dozens.
Dearest customer, I've never seen an aura so plagued by ether. Thank Astarte, I've just the earth scroll to ground you.
Get it while it's fresh. This batch is only hours from the sea.
Let's see. Halibut, sheep's cheese, tomatoes.
Fresh haddock. Perfect for fire.
Let us see if you can choose the finest greens. I'm straight. I'm true. Arrows by the dozens. Red and orange, yellow and green, the finest veggies size seals ever seen.
Lay the big cheese on your front with a wheel of the good stuff.
Fresh haddock. Perfect for fire.
I'm straight. I'm true. Arrows by the dozens.
Potions to bemuscle you. Scrolls to entussle you.
Lay the big cheese on your front with a wheel of the good stuff.
Any takers? Come on, you chickens!
My gods! What is going on here? First I have to shoo away a creeping white tomcat, and now there's a perfect stranger in my bathroom. Get out, will you?
Dlaczego ona nie rozmawia? Ona ma wyższą... Kurwa, no. Już po to jej dałem.
My gods! What is going on here? First I have to shoo away a creeping white tomcat.
That's quite the valuable gift.
Only the best for my favorite partner.
Your kindness is a...
Ja będę pierdol.
For cheese? The excuse is more holes than a slice of this fine corn.
Oh my gods! What is going on here? First I have to shoo away a creeping white tomcat, and now there's a perfect stranger in my bathroom. Get out, will you?
Kurwa.
A magical pyramid, eh? Frivolous. These are strange times for magic, aren't they? Source in Sicile, so they say. Oh.
Oh. Out! No, if you please. This room is private.
Red and orange, yellow and green, the finest veggies Sicile's ever seen. I'm straight, I'm true. Harry's by the dozens.
Pay the big cheese on your block with a
Kids and dugongs, you nearly startled me out of my book.
Sheep's cheese, tomatoes.
Aaron has as many friends as the man with many cheeses.
I'm straight, I'm true. Harry's by the dozens.
Aaron has as many friends as the man with many cheeses.
Fresh haddock, perfect for a fry-up.
Not in the mood for cheese. The excuse is more holes than a slice of this fine Coleman bear.
Kids and dugongs, you nearly startled me out of my...
A, może teraz będziemy z tym porozmawiać, to bym to inaczej zrobił.
Oh, fancy that.
A source hunter barging in when the lady of the house is fully dressed. Who could have fathomed such a thing?
Cheese? The excuse is more holes than a slice of this fine Gorman bear. Made a big cheese on your block with a wheel and a good stuff.
No dobra, no ale to te przepisy Gdzieś widziałem kogoś, chyba czarodziejski pył.
Ah, gracious patron, I see your tired eyes looking a bit teary. I've just the potion for that. Or would you prefer a toasty fire spell to dry those vapours?
Well, there's as many friends as the man with many cheeses. Not in the mood for cheese. The excuse is more holes than a slice of this fine Corbin there.
No better solution to the zombie problem than a set of silver arrows. Heavenly herring, delicious swordfish, yours for a scratch gold.
Let us see if you can choose the finest greens.
Lonesome? Spiritless? Perhaps wrestling an earth elemental will inject some vim into your routine?
Let us see if you can choose the finest greens.
Let's see. Halibut, sheep's cheese, tomatoes.
Let us see if you can choose the finest greens.
Not in the mood for cheese. The excuse is more holes than a slice of this fine Corbin there.
Let us see if you can choose the finest greens.
Paid a big cheese on your book with a wheel of the good stuff.
No better solution to the zombie problem than a set of silver arrows.
Join the Spud Club if you've got an eye for farm potatoes.
Lonesome? Spiritless? Perhaps wrestling an earth elemental will inject some vim into your routine?
Not in the mood for cheese. The excuse is more holes than a slice of this fine Corbin there.
Watch the undead quiver in their mouldy boots.
Aaron has as many friends as the man with many cheeses.
Watch the undead quiver in their mouldy boots. Get it while it's fresh. These bats are only hours to No better solution to the zombie problem than a set of silver arrows. Heavenly herring, delicious swordfish, yours for a scratch gold.
Red and orange, yellow and green, the finest veggies size seals ever seen.
Not in the mood for cheese. The excuse is more holes than a slice of this fine Corbin there.
Dearest customer, I've never seen an aura so plagued by ether. Thank Astarte, I've just the earth scroll to ground you.
Any takers? Come on, you chickens!
Red and orange, yellow and green, the finest veggies size seals ever seen.
Any takers? Come on, you chickens!
Livestock's got twice the sense and thrice the soul of the average human, I say.
Made a big cheese on your block with a wheel of the good stuff.
Well, what sort of arrows do you want? Freezing? Silver? Poison? Get to the point.
Any takers? Come on, you chickens!
Oh, come, darling, don't dither. You must speak with Mendius and join the Fabulous Five immediately. I so long for us to realize our true potential, side by side, spirit by spirit, heart by heart.
Siemanko, Krzysztof, witam. Akurat wpadłeś na samą końcówkę, bo ja będę uciekał już. Idę jakiś film oglądnąć. I jebnę się na wyrko. Poleżę. Także ja uciekam. Dobranoc i do jutra, papa.